Well, good morning and a very warm welcome to Gurgaon, where international tennis takes center stage today on the ITF World Tennis Tour. From rising young prospects chasing breakthrough moments to seasoned competitors fighting for ranking points and momentum, this circuit represents the true global heartbeat of professional tennis. The ITF World Tennis Tour travels across continents, across cultures, and across playing conditions. But everywhere it goes, one thing remains constant: the opportunity, because here every match matters, every point contributes to rankings, and every performance could be the one that changes a player's career trajectory. Today, Gurgaon becomes part of that global journey as it's semi-finals time. Anna Sadisheva taking on Helena Korenko in the women's semi-final today, as both players will be looking to book their spot in the finals here today, having done so well to reach the semi-final stage. They're one step closer to reaching that final objective. The ITF World Tennis Tour serves as the foundation of professional tennis, the essential pathway between junior competition and the elite ATP and WTA circuits. Four players step onto the grand stages of Melbourne, Paris, London, or New York. They build their reputation right here on courts like this, in tournaments like this one. This level demands resilience. Players compete week in, week after, traveling city to city, adapting to surfaces, climates, and opponents, all in pursuit of ranking points that opens the door to higher tier events. It is a professional tennis event in its purest form: competitive, relentless, and deeply personal. And India has increasingly become an important destination on the international tennis calendar. Events like this not only provide local players with invaluable exposure but also attract international competitors eager to test themselves in challenging conditions and passionate environments. Tournaments hosted here play a vital role in strengthening that ecosystem, giving emerging athletes a platform to compete professionally without needing to travel halfway across the world. For many Indian players in the draw this week, this is more than a tournament, it's an opportunity to climb rankings, gain confidence, and perform in front of our home support. Gurgaon provides a fascinating competitive setting here. Competitive conditions here test both physical endurance and tactical intelligence. Court pace rewards controlled aggression, while the climate demands strong fitness and mental composure across long rallies and extended matches. Matches at this level are often decided by spectacular winners alone, but just by discipline as well, shot selection, patience, and the ability to manage pressure moments. And one of the defining characteristics of the ITF circuit is the unpredictability. Rankings provide the guidance, but not guarantees, you know. Young qualifiers can challenge seeded players, momentum can shift very quickly, and the matches frequently evolve into battles of mentality as much as technique. These athletes are not just learning how to compete, they're very professional. And what separates them now is just that little bit of refinement, decision making under pressure, physical durability, and the ability to execute when the opportunity arises. Every tournament becoming a proving ground, every opponent represents another test passed or another lesson gained. Sadisheva taking on Polina Korenko in the women's semi final of the HCL World Tennis Tour 2026. As both competitors stepping onto the field, finishing off their last minute preparations, and we'll be engaging in a very highly competitive tennis clash here. We're all set for the start of the semi-finals with Anna to serve. Great forehand there from Polina, and she nails that backhand down the line. Very good start there from Anna Sadisheva. Turn on the forehand was first class, setting up the backhand winner. Great return there once again, but hammers the backhand into the net. Nina Korenko picks up her first point. Starts off with a good serve, just finding the angles. Good serve on that occasion.
Will you be the referee for the ITF?
It's all about trying to put the pressure on, not give away anything, lose in the early stages. Nina Korenko 2 points away from breaking very, very early and setting up. Hammers the backhand. Strong baseline play here from Korenko and puts the pressure on. Really nicely done as Anna Sadisheva already under pressure here. She's down 2 break points. Critical for Sadisheva now. Just try to hold serve in the opening stages. This thing is trying to be broken immediately in the first game of the semi-finals. Really puts you under pressure. And goes deep with the forehand. Right idea, just lacking the execution on that occasion there from Korenko. And she was staying alive here. Still down a break point. Serving at 30-40. Does she change her approach here? Just put Korenko under pressure here. Ooh, she double faults, and it's the worst time to double fault as Polina Korenko takes the first game, breaking Anna Sedisheva. She takes the first game one. Not the right kind of service game that Anna Sedisheva was hoping to have in this women's singles semi-finals. She's been broken in the very first game and handing the initiative over to Polina Korenko. Korenko exactly where she wants to be here in the stage. Korenko having broken has an opportunity on serve. And that's so well to get to the semi-final stage. Both the competitors know that they're just one step away from reaching the finals. with the backhand. It's a drill backhand. Excellent recovery there from Korenko. Deep in her court and forces the error. And so Shiva yet to find her range in the early stages here in the semi-finals. Finding herself under pressure. Lina Korenko's point of view. Hold or serve here will keep her in such a good position in the semi-finals in the first set. Cross with the backhand. Really good rally, and the forehand is just inches away. Does the right thing there, Anna Sadisheva. Trying to go down the line with the forehand. Just wide, and Sheva a couple of points away from holding after breaking the serve. Extend.
Oh, wait, so when you play? Wait, what? No, this thing you're playing.
A good attempted return there, and it's turning into a very, very comfortable hold here for Korenko.
I thought it was this thing.
She's been very much on the front foot, breaking serve and holding to love. This has been a tremendous start for Polina Korenko in the women's single semi-final of the HCL World Tennis Tour here in Gurugram. She's never put under pressure immediately and now must hold serve. What a backhand that is. Not enough on the follow-up. There was a good opportunity there after Anna Sedisheva went cross-court with the backhand. Korenko's return equally good. The angles that Korenko's finding here, she's been absolutely on the money. Looks to go cross-court, inviting her towards the net. Great forehand there. That's outstanding play from Anna Sedisheva. Reads that early, just opens the face of the racket on the forehand. That is extremely delicate of a lob. It's the kind of point that gives her a lot of confidence. Great depth on the return once again from Korenko. Really has set her up into a really good position. Sedisheva under pressure immediately now in a must-hold game. Sedisheva finds herself down 15-30. Terrific rally. She hit that perfectly. Oh, what a forehand that is. Terrific from Sedisheva. Goes across, but it's just wide on that occasion. And it's 2 break points. Korenko has started this semi-finals like a house on fire as that forehand goes long, and it's another break of serve. 3-0 to Polina Korenko to start off the women's single semi-finals. Absolutely unstoppable. Gurenko 3-0 up serving here to further extend her advantage. She has been devastating, especially at the baseline. The backhand goes crashing into the net. Silcheva has very much shown glimpses in the semi-finals, but yet to really click into gear. And relying on her power from the baseline really has unsettled Sedisheva. Both rallies here. Kicks off the surface on that occasion. Great backhand, but it's just gone slightly wide. Stays alive on it, puts the pressure. Start here for Sedisheva here in the hopes of trying to break the serve. Needs to pull a break back here. She's under the pump, 3-0 down in the opening set. Gurenko finding herself for the first time under pressure here in the first set. It's an outstanding serve. Get the way that it just kicks off the surface makes it such an awkward height. Sedisheva trying to get on top of it and trying to flatten that. See from Polina Korenko's reaction there. He wants to be absolutely dominant here. Brilliant. Great recovery there. The forehand comfortably placed. Brilliant there from Polina Korenko now. Just flexing her muscles on center court here, putting the pressure. It's back-to-back points for Korenko. Goes for the slice. That's a wild slice, and it's break point for Anna Sedisheva. Finally finding her footing, some rhythm here. She looks to pull a break back. This is a massive point in the semifinals already. Anna Sedisheva, it really is must-win scenario for her. She's been very much on the back foot. She's been second best, but she has an opportunity to break right here, right now. There. Backhand takes a fortuitous bounce, gets very lucky. Hand of apology there from Korenko, but she saves a break point. That would have been a devastating blow, really, for Anna Sedisheva. Three points on the trot here for Polina Korenko. Looking to hold serve and further extend her advantage. Has been one-way traffic in this opening set. Still things can change really quickly on the court here. Great return there from Sedisheva. Has to go cross court with the backhand. Great return. It's outstanding there from Sedisheva. Just increase the pace on the rally. But Korenko really scurrying on that occasion. Brings it back to deuce. Critical that she just broke that momentum of points. Turn there from Sedisheva, puts the pressure, and it's another chance at the break point here. And Sedisheva is finding her rhythm now, putting Gorenko under pressure. Snaps to another break. We'll try and take one of these here. Seems to really hit that serve with power and terrific return there from Sedisheva from distance. Goes with the pass. Really lovely approach play. Oh, it's a wild forehand there. Zana Sedisheva does have the break back. Well, she's been put under relentless pressure in the opening set of the semi-finals. As Zana Sedisheva finds a break back, has an opportunity to hold serve and bring this within one. Lena Kovarenko still having the upper hand in the women's singles semi-final of the HCL World Tennis Tour here in Gurugram. Semi-finals really now trying to take shape after Polina Kovarenko was threatening to run away with it. Massive game coming up here. The slice, good coverage, inviting her forward. Oh, it's an outstanding backhand on the volley there from Polina Kovarenko. Finds the corner and the opening point. Kovarenko still up a break. This is where Anna Sedisheva has to be absolutely on the money in this game. Cannot afford any lapses of concentration. Play some of her best tennis. Kovarenko trying to hammer the backhand, crashing into the net. This is very good pressure applied here from Anna Sedisheva. She's been playing a punishing brand of tennis here. The pressure being relentless. Depth on it and forcing the error. Kovarenko once again looking to put the pressure on, and she's got another couple of break points in her kitty. Again, trying to re-establish that position. Great backhand on the occasion, and she does have two break points. Alina Kovarenko looking to hit straight back.
future. In 5 years and 10 years, but come future. Yes. September 17.
Lina Korenko just looking to extend her advantage here in a very strong position. 4-1 up, 30-15. Korenko looking to just extend that now. Oh, it's a great drop shot there from Sedisheva. Takes the pace off completely on it, keeps her hopes alive. That is a lovely drop shot from the baseline, taking the pace off. Sheva in a must-hold situation here. She cannot afford to give away sloppy points as Polina Kovarenko within a cusp, within touching distance of wrapping up the first set. As Polina Kovarenko looks to put the pressure on. She has been first class throughout this first set, relentless with the pressure. She has found the angles, and Anna Sedisheva has been very much on the back foot. That forehand was brilliantly done on the occasion. Sedisheva keeping her hopes alive. One forced terror there from the backhand of Polina Kovarenko, being within inches, within touching distance of wrapping up the first set as Anna Sedisheva comes roaring back. Still has so much to do in this opening set, but does pull a game back. Brilliant stuff there from Anna Sedisheva, showcasing her mental resilience and capacity. But Polina Kovarenko still has the real powerful situation that she finds herself in at 5-2 in the opening first set.
समझ में because the ball is a little bouncy. More control. The ball is a little.
Anna Sedasheva is showing fantastic resilience here. She's down and out, but still has a lot left in the tank. Still down a break though. Polina Korenko extends the advantage. She has been fantastic in the first set, raced into a insurmountable lead. From there, she has been first class in terms of putting the pressure on Anna Sedasheva in this first set. Women's singles semi-final in the HCL World Tennis Tour. Sedasheva showing great fighting spirit, but might have left herself too much to do in this first set. Sedasheva knows that Martin Pereira decreasing with every point. As Polina Korenko taking the first set 6-3, commanding fashion. He's been first class throughout. There's absolutely nothing to stop her. And Sedasheva showing good fighting spirit, but ultimately leaving herself too much to do in that first set as Polina Korenko takes the first set 6-3 in a dominant display here in the first semi-finals of the HCL World Tennis Tour 2026. All to do for Anna Sedasheva at the start of the second set. Korenko well on top.
नहीं आएगी बस यार और सुन बोतल को फेंकी रिफिल करना
Lena Korenko winning the first set 6-3. Hope that she can just keep the pressure on here. She's got one foot in the finals. Long on that occasion. Exactly, frustration now just building for Anna Serisheva. She's played some very good tennis. Just leaving herself too much to do in that opening set. Lovely settings here. The really good backhand down the line. Just overhits that on that occasion. Korenko continues to keep the pressure on. Serisheva making some unforced errors deep in the baseline. Definitely feeling that critical points against her. And there from Serisheva.
W14. Advantage. Correct. Advantage. Correct. Correct. Colleague. Fine. Begin.
Polina Korenko knows that after that break of serve she holds here, she'll find herself in a tremendous position to book a spot in the finals. Let's see a World Tennis Tour and Gurgaon reaching its final stages. Lovely back forehand on that occasion opens up for the cross court. Pass is brilliant from Sedisheva. Terrific work on that occasion. Inviting Korenko forward with the slice and then opening up with that tremendous backhand. These have been cracking rallies now, really settling in. She's played some really good tennis, just fallen short on those big points. Ooh, that's just long. Hannah Sezheva has really put the pressure back. She has been fantastic in this game. Showcasing that she's very much and it goes long. This is very good pressure being applied. Oh, what effort in this one. This has been a magnificent rally in the backhand. Hannah Sezheva goes crashing into the net. That was a magnificent rally on that occasion. Both athletes being tested to the limits on that. Polina Korenko knows that she holds here. She'll have 1 foot in the final. That's something that Sezheva will be truly mindful about. Forehand goes well long. See the disappointment on her face there as it's game point for Polina Korenko to add to her advantage. Picked up the first set 6-3 now, a point away from a 4-1 lead. Sezheva seeing her hopes of booking a spot in the final slipping through her fingers. Oh, the backhand is just long and Korenko holds. A terrific game this. Went right down to the wire. Sezheva trying her very best. But it is Korenko who holds, and it's 4-1 to Polina Korenko in the second set here. 1 foot in the finals. It's up to Anna Sezheva to try and stop this barrage from Polina Korenko. Sezheva to serve. Sezheva will know that. It's been hard weather for her. Forces the error on the forehand. Korenko has done very well on this near side, especially when she decides to go cross court with the forehand. Often finds Sezheva in tricky positions, not able to get the ball all over the net on that occasion. Great return there with the backhand. Right in the corner, and it's magnificent from Korenko. Sezheva attempts the pass, slightly wide, but that is tremendous tennis this from Korenko. She's been very much on the front foot. Really good again. That's deja vu from the previous point from Anna Sedisheva's return on that occasion. 3 break points for Korenko to be game away from the finals. And Sedisheva has played some fantastic tennis, but ultimately falling short in those key moments, and it's a double fault. And the worst possible moment for Anna Sedisheva. Once again, a break for Polina Korenko, and she will serve for a spot in the finals. And that is not a time to have a double fault in your locker, as Polina Korenko has just kept the pressure on relentlessly, outdoing her performance in the first set. She'll know she holds here. She'll be one step closer to the HCL World Tennis Tour title. A fantastic campaign, a dominant semi-finals. Nails the serve straight down the tee. One was well wide. And it's just been the relentless nature of Korenko's tennis here. This started off in the first set, never let off. Conditions get tougher here during the afternoon. You want to get your semi-finals done as quickly as possible with the sun beaming down here in Gurgaon. Korenko has had no issues whatsoever. She's taking the conditions in her stride. First class. Fantastic return. Oh, and that goes long. Korenko now 2 points away from a spot in the finals. Brilliant stuff. She's had to do a lot of chasing on that occasion, but Sedisheva's forehand just too much on that occasion. Goes well long. Nearly reach out and touch it here. 2 points. Achieving her objective. For the start of the tour, she would have visualized reaching the finals. It's a clubbing backhand to force yet another error, as Polina Korenko has 2 match points. And she's been relentless, and in the clutch points, she has not backed down. She has not left the door ajar for Anna Sedisheva. Sedisheva trying to show some resistance. Ultimately falling short here. Korenko looking to close this out with 2 match points. Ooh, that serve is a very tight call, but spot on there from the lines. And the backhand is long, and Polina Korenko completes the job in straight sets. 6-3, 6-1 for the Russian. She has been fantastic in the semi-finals, and we will see her tomorrow in the finals of the HCL World Tennis Tour 2026 here in Gurgaon. A dominant display from start to finish, outdoing her performances in the first set and being even more ruthless, even more clinical in the second set. Commiserations to Anna Sedisheva. Her journey ends here in Gurgaon in the semi-final. She can be very proud of her effort, but ultimately falling short to Polina Korenko, who wraps the semi-finals up 6-3, 6-1 in straight sets. There it is, your finalists of the HCL World Tennis Tour 2026 here in Gurgaon. Polina Korenko, we will see her in the women's final tomorrow. She was utterly dominant from start to finish. Terrific performance from Polina Korenko, showcasing her seriousness, how much she's taking this title seriously, and she wants her hands on the trophy. We will see her in the finals. Congratulations to Polina Korenko, your finalists of the HCL World Tennis Tour 2026.
ऑफ कर रहे हैं मैग्नेट और हाँ टेनिस का बॉल कोर्ट पे टप टप कर टेनिस का बॉल कहाँ से लाऊं कोर्ट पे टप टप करने के लिए कैमरे के आगे मार्किंग शूज पहन मैग्नेट है ना बस वो उसके आयरन रॉड के नीचे लगा दो लेकिन यार इधर से तो है पीछे भी आगे लगाओ ना इधर आगे आवाज आएगी कोई आएगा जाएगा लग के तो दिक्कत है यहाँ पे नहीं आएगा बस मैं जा रहा हूँ आता हूँ मैं 3 minutes. Minutes. Then gentlemen, the semi-final match is best of 3 title sets. To the left of the chair, India. Choose to receive.
All set for the start of the second women's semi-final. Zeel Desai taking on Ekaterina Yashina. After Polina Korenko booked her spot in the finals. These two elite athletes will join the Russian in the finals of the HCL World Tennis Tour 2026 here in Gurugram. Heat's starting to crank up here. Conditions will be difficult for both semi-finalists. And she hammers the forehand. Just clipped the tape of the net. Sheena on that occasion. Finding her range in the early stages.
1 minute.
Sheena hits the serves and walks off. It's been a really good service game from her. She knows that she's been very positive in terms of how she's approached all up to the semi-finals. Now up against Zeel Desai, who players having a fantastic tournament. 1 foot away from the spot in the finals now.
नहीं रुक रुक एक मिनट रुक एक मिनट रुक 20 सेकंड वाला देखते हैं मैंने टुकड़ी बजाई है So, sorry, play.
Well, Zeel Desai doing very well to reach the semi-final stage, beating Mishika Ozekia in 3 sets. 3-6, 6-3, 6-4, showing fantastic behind spirit. As for Ekaterina Ishina, straight sets against Jasmine Gimbri. What was a dominant display. Just goes wide on the occasion. Desai trying to just hammer that backhand deep into the court.
Friday 15.
Great serve and return there. Magnificent forehand there from Ekaterina Ishina. Powers that right into the corner. Already see from the early stages, relying on that placement and the power she's generating in the early stages. 2 game points. That's the kind of start that you want when you're trying to hold serve in such a big game. Magnificent rally this. There's the forehand, it's well long. Zeel Desai keeping the pressure going. Let's move it on the court to get that forehand right in the corner. Sheena still has game point. Wonderful forehand there from Zeel Desai. Right from the corner of the backhand, keeping the point alive. Really Oh, terrific forehand there from Ekterina Yashina. That is some way to hold serve and take the first game. Powerful forehand right into Zeal's back and no chance on the return. Takes the first game in commanding fashion. All to do for Zeal Desai to try and hold serve the early stage of the women's singles semi-final. The way Polina Kovarenko has gone throughout the tournament, racing towards the finals in straight sets in the semis and in the finals. These two semi-finals will know what's in store for them, but it's all very important to try and get the job done in terms of getting the semi-finals action out of the way. And this side looking to hold serve and put under pressure by a strong Ekterina Yashina hold. Oh, the forehand looked good from here. That was a tight call. Zeal Desai looks equally perplexed on that call. As Yashina gets the first point of the serve. Nice rally. Both players now starting to handle that ball a lot better. Finding their range. Semi-finals. Just know that you have to be ready to seize the moment, trying to steal a march. That is a brilliant serve and return. Great depth on the return there from Yashina. Just gone wide. These are very tight calls. Great forehand across. He's really hitting that with depth and power and forces the error. She'll feel a lot better after that rally. Trying to showcase her power deep into the court. Forcing Yashina to on the error. Opportunity for a quick response here from Zeal Desai. Excellent performance in the quarterfinals. That she had to show her fighting spirit in tough moments.
On.
Forehand crashing into the net, and it's break point for Ekterina Yashina. Kind of pressure she wants to put early on is being applied. This is where Zeal Desai will have to watch out. And broken early. Great depth on the backhand from Yoshina. Onto the backhand of Desai, forced to keep the pressure on. This is a magnificent rally. Goes for the drop. The chase is on. It is exquisite from Zeel Desai. That is some way to close the point. It was a battle at the baseline, and Zeel Desai takes the pace off completely with Yoshina at full pace and get the return in. Game point for Desai. Backhand to start off there from Yoshina. Oh, that's slightly overhit, and Zeel Desai does manage to hold. Put under pressure, but Desai keeps her nerve, holds serve as we're now to start off the second semi-finals. HCL World Tennis Tour 2026 here in Gurugram. Trying to really heat up here. Polina Korenko's booked her spot in the finals after a 6-3, 6-1 victory against Anna Sedisheva. Mention these two athletes is going to join the Russian in the finals tomorrow. On the finals at stake. Well wide. See, again. Strategy would be to try and get that early break as quickly as possible. Both players will be looking to just hold. Forcing the error. Zeel with an opportunity to break. Zeel coming into this match at momentum on her side. With experience. Good backhand on that occasion. Hammers the forehand to the net. What stands out about Zeel is a willingness to step inside the baseline. She's not waiting for the rallies to happen to her. Plays the percentage on aggression, but Yoshina looking very comfortable extending the rallies. Happy to absorb the pace, gradually turning that defense into attack. Court awareness, excellent. Rarely gives away those free angles. See that neither player wants to blink first here. Really good depth on that last exchange. Sheena looking far more comfortable while still those rallies. Able to absorb that pace. Finals day here, you can see the pressure rising at every decision and starts to carry real consequences. Good background. This is a great get. The forehand opens up. Fantastic response. Yashina at a magnificent point. That is first-class tennis. That was the best rally of the first set so far. As Ekterina Yashina picks up a huge point. Phenomenal amount of court coverage required on that occasion to get there. This was conviction, power, getting the point. Level again at 40 all. So just watch how the next couple of points really unfold tactically. The serve goes great width on it. Interesting return. They just lobs that up. The power is on the cross court. Oh, terrific forehand there. That is a brilliant point from Zeel Desai to close out the game. A strong hold. And then a break of serve. Zeel Desai getting closer and closer. Big moment here. Pressure squarely now on the server. He feels like a battle of initiative and resilience in Yashina. Not getting a straightforward hold here. Backhand crashing into the net. Unforced error from Zeel Desai. Though left ajar as Sheena's patience starting to pay off in those big moments. At this stage of the tournament, physical fatigue, it's only half the battle really. Decision making becomes the real challenge. Start second guessing their shots they trusted earlier in this week. This is getting much more hotter here in Gurugram. Powerful backhand then. Nails the forehand into the corner. Zeel Desai puts in a statement game. Big point there. Semi-finals all about managing that momentum throughout and then dominating. Desai keeps the pressure. She's got advantage. Sheena having a really long hold of serve. Hasn't been straightforward whatsoever. Statement game this. Steps into the forehand, nails it. That is some return from Zeel Desai. Almost like she telegraphed the serve. Hammers that forehand into the corner. Katina Ishina has been trying to close out the serve, but every time she finds herself down a break point. These are the moments in semi-finals are built on these small margins. Variable clip. Oh, that's well wide. Zeel Desai does manage to break early in the first set. It's 2-1 to Zeel Desai as Ekaterina Ishina under pressure early on here in the first set. HCL World Tennis Tour 2026 here in Gurugram. Zeel Desai with the early initiative. Haven't been broken here. Ekaterina Ishina, I feel that in the first set she has been put under pressure. It's absolutely brilliant in a quarter-final clash where she gave her opponent no chance at carrying that good form heading into the semi-finals. Is under pressure now. Zeel Desai against Mishika Ozeka. Taking 3 sets to reach the semi-finals. A lot of mileage in the legs. Tournament goes into the deep end. Unforced error on the forehand. And first serve percentage could be very decisive as this match wears on. Court awareness has been excellent throughout. She really gives away those free angles. Sheena looking, trying to extend those rallies, but it's been Zeel Desai who's been taking the early initiative. Terrific serve that. Oh, it's a magnificent forehand. Finding the angle, no chance there for Yashina. 3 game points has been a very dominant hold so far from Zeel Desai after breaking the serve. Now looking to extend her advantage. Oh, it's a wild forehand and Zeel Desai holds serve to extend her advantage to 3-1 here in the women's single semi-finals. Just the kind of start that she was looking for. Now she's got Yashina on the ropes.
Game Desai. Desai needs 3 games to 1. Little low.
Just keeping the pressure. This stage of the match, less about those spectacular winners and more about making consistently good decisions. The player giving too much away, but it's Zeel Desai just looking to steal a match. It's a wild forehand on that occasion. Sheena looking to just get those unforced errors going. She needs to hold serve. SP's most about that hold was how composed Desai looked between points. No urgency. Did a very good job in managing the tempos of the rallies, choosing the right moments to accelerate rather than forcing the winners. And those opportunities have arisen. She has taken full advantage of it. Hammers the forehand. Zeel Desai looking more and more likely to break again. She has just stepped on the accelerator. Serena Yoshina with no answers. This has been quite the first set here from Zeel Desai. 3-1 the scoreboard. Pressure already begins to build. Desai. Terrific shot. Hectorina Yoshina just looking to accelerate on that occasion. Esmimos was first serves have played a really important role, consolidating that break and allowing her to start points on her own terms and beforehand. It does manage to be a comfortable hole for Hectorina Yoshina. 2-3. Zeel Desai still has the break ahead. If she can manage to hold, will re-establish that 2-game advantage.
हाँ Time?
Desai still leading 3-2. A real effort being put. Zeel Desai in the baseline. Very powerful with those forehands. Looking to comfortably hold at 30 love. Often see players respond strongly after conceding a break. It's going to be revealing in a few minutes. Zeel Desai has been very much front foot. Absolutely unstoppable in this hold. She has been devastating, and Serena Yoshina not able to figure out the Zeel Desai serve. Desai with a 3-2 advantage, serving at 30-15.
30-15.
Double falls for Zeel Desai here. This is getting so well the advantage. Giving away free points on offer in a semi-finals. Challenge shifts across the net. One needs to stay steady service game.
Forty 30.
40-30 here for Zeel Desai. She forces the error. Katrina Yoshina not able to figure out the Zeel Desai serve yet. Beginning to see the rhythm of the semi-finals now really take shape early into the matches. He's often feeling their way into the conditions now. Both competitors seem far more settled. Big forehand there from Yoshina with the effort. And it's a heavy backhand. It's Ekaterina Yoshina who is just stepping it up now. Zeel Desai, having managed to break, finds herself at 40-40 with her serve. Always slightly different energy in the semi-finals though compared to the early rounds. He's close enough to really feel that final, start to thinking about it. They'll have a very difficult match to navigate. Manage that mentality. It's just as important as executing those shots. Oh, the return is long.
Have they side.
Zeel with game point. Opportunity to extend the advantage to 4-2. What's interesting tactically is how neither player is really rushing the construction of the points. Willingness to trade a few extra shots in different areas of the court and only then to increase the pace once the position feels right. Wild forehand there, and Zeel Desai does manage to hold, having been put under pressure. That is a massive hold there for Zeel Desai in the first set. 4-2 as she consolidates the possession, puts the pressure right back onto Ekaterina Yoshina. And there from Ekaterina Yoshina. Her excellent performance in the quarterfinals. Are being put under test here. That was a very close call. Goes for the slice. It's perfectly executed there from Zeel Desai. She really has accelerated throughout, finding herself in a very good, strong position. Just continuing that momentum from the quarterfinals all the way forward. She's playing some excellent tennis. Yoshina finding herself caught in the storm here. I hope to try and hold. Sheena needs to get that first serve percentage up. Oh, that's backhand is well long. Sheena slowly building momentum back onto her serve. She knows that she cannot be afforded to be broken here. Seal Desai will be serving for the first set. Taking her time, making sure that gets her angles perfectly. Again, their first serve percentage not as high as Ekaterina Yashina would have liked it to be. Big effort, baseline hits here from both semi-finalists. This is a tremendous rally. This is great depth on the return there from Seal Desai. Oh, what a rally this is. And she hammers the forehand cross court. Seal Desai with a terrific end to the rally.
15-40.
Ekaterina Yashina covering a lot of court, putting in a magnificent amount of effort. Seal Desai who steps up with the forehand. That is a big, big point. Low break points here for Seal Desai to further extend her advantage. A lot of court coverage that both semi-finals have shown in difficult conditions really has to be applauded.
And Desai.
How close was that?
Desai leads 5 games.
It is Seal Desai with an outrageous forehand as she breaks Ekaterina Yashina once again, as Seal Desai will serve for the first set in the women's singles semi-final. HCL World Tennis Tour here in Gurugram really catching fire. We already have Lina Kohorenko, who's booked her spot in the finals after a 6-3, 6-1 victory against Anna Sediseva. Seal Desai looks to join the Russian in the finals tomorrow. Ekaterina Yashina finding herself very much under the pump. Seal Desai continuing her good form after her quarterfinal victory.
Done.
Well, Seals has really timed the surge in momentum, really securing that second break of serve. Now finding herself just a game away from taking the opening set here in the semi-final in Gurgaon. Stands out as how efficiently she has managed the important moments. Scoreline may read 5-2, but it's been her ability to raise her level at key points has created the separation. Oh, what a forehand that is from Ekaterina Yashina. She's had it in her locker and she's pulled it out at an important moment. That's the kind of point will really give her that confidence. When she does manage to drop this set, needs to take enough positives heading into the second set. Still a lot of time. Seal Desai will know that. She found herself pretty much in Yashina's position in the quarterfinals. Big forehands there from Ekaterina Yashina, but that goes long. Seal Desai continues to get the errors out. Serving for a set. Psychological pressure, really a challenge. Players often say that you feel like the longest game of the match. finish line suddenly becomes that much more closer. It's a curious lob which stays in great depth there from Yashina. The backhand goes right into the corner, but again far too much on it. As Desai now 2 points away from securing the first set. Zeal, the priority here will be very simple. Strong first serves. Keep the discipline going with the shot selection. Missing the temptation to really rush towards the finish line as she fills it out magnificently. Zeal Desai now getting closer and closer to wrapping up the first set. Another magnificent shot. She has played some big points and finished them with the flurry. That's the other side of the net. It's all about staying present. She's been hitting those forehands, timing them to perfection. Now it's all about getting the job done with 2 set points. Zeal has built this advantage through consistent depth, smart court positioning, and she's been very solid. And that goes long, and it's Zeal Desai who wraps up the first set. 6-2 this from Desai as she takes a commanding start to the second semi-finals. All the pressure now on Yekaterina Yashina as it's Zeal Desai taking the first set 6-2.
Time. Second set. Okay. Last 30. 15-40.
Zeel Desai continuing her strong showing. Close to yet another break. She has been first class in the semi-finals from the first set, continuing the good momentum, putting the pressure on Ekaterina Yashina. Big forehand there. Ekaterina Yashina now deciding to empty the tank. This is no place to hide now. She finds herself under the pump. Zeel Desai taking the initiative. One of those phases in the tennis match where so dramatic here. And the unforced error, and Zeel Desai does manage to close out. Unforced error on the back forehand means that Zeel Desai breaks early in the second set. Pressure on Ekaterina Yashina already as Zeel Desai takes another gigantic leap towards the finals. A break early on in the second set. Critical stage in the semi-finals already. Seal up a break. Brilliant serve there. Starts the serve off with the ace. Desai with a terrific start. Confidence coursing through her veins. Decision making has been first class from Zeel Desai. Stepped on the accelerator. Ekaterina Yashina just not able to stop the barrage. Terrific serve. And hammers the backhand. Another winner off the backhand from Zeel Desai. Zeel couldn't have asked for a stronger start to the second set, securing the early break and now finding herself in a commanding position to hold. Very good return there from Ekaterina Yashina. Great depth. Forcing Zeel Desai to try and hit that inside out. Very telling phase in the match, and our player begins the set following the lead, and Zeel has started with real authority here. What's impressive is how she's managed to maintain that consistency. Sometimes after winning a set, there can be a slight dip. She's done the opposite and applied the pressure straight away. Momentum in tennis, rarely about just the big winners. Usually built through sustained clarity. Goes for the lob. And great depth on it. Zeel Desai. Keeps the pressure going. Terrific rally. Big forehand there from Yashina. But it's Zeel who forces the pressure. And she's got 2 game points after breaking Ekaterina Yashina. Inside the net, the challenge really does become about resetting that mentality, but Ekaterina Yashina has not been able to solve the puzzle. He at the moment looking very settled. Patterns playing with clear sense of purpose, looking to close out. Patience being exercised. Oh, what a forehand that is from Zeel Desai, covering a tremendous amount of court to place a perfect forehand winner. She breaks and then holds serve in commanding fashion as Zeel Desai, after taking the first set, has showcased a tremendous amount of composure and class on the court here. 2-0 lead as Ekaterina Yashina very much under the pump. Zeel continuing to build on her advantage here. 2-0 in the second set, extending as what has become a very confident stretch of tennis, this from Desai. She's getting to the returns. And then a magnificent backhand pass. Zeel Desai looking very authoritative on the court now. Carrying that momentum all the way forward. Ekaterina Yashina with no answers. Very dangerous phase here. Yashina searching for solutions. Zeel looks clear in her decision making right now. And that clarity is translating on the scoreboard. Challenge will be to try and slow things down as Zeel Desai with an unforced error. This goes long with the backhand. Understandable given how the momentum has shifted. Both players taking their time. Small pauses allowed the players to just reset mentally. 2-0 down in the second set. See the subtle pressure being applied on the scoreboard. Zeel Desai, who just continues to apply the pressure, and now a couple of points away. Really putting in a very strong showing here. Matches at this stage defined by how the players are going to be managing the momentum swings. Next few games could really be crucial in determining whether or not this stays competitive. Great return there, fantastic court coverage. Oh, brilliant forehand. That might be wide though. Zeel has a point. Well, you can understand Zeel Desai's frustration here. She's trying to plead her case. Might have a point. From my angle, it looked like that might have just been long. It's Ekaterina Yashina who gets the favorable decision. 30 all. Zeel Desai needs to reset. Relying on a power, and it's all baseline this from Desai. Oh, what a rally this is. Desai committing a brilliant amount of court, but it's not enough, and it's Ekaterina Yashina who puts Zeel Desai on the treadmill. Fantastic athleticism on display though from Zeel Desai to keep the point alive, but it's Ekaterina Yashina looking to hold serve here. That point would have taken a lot out of Desai. Challenging conditions here in Gurugram. Oh, it was brilliant from Ekterina Yashina. Zeel Desai can only applaud as Yashina holds for the first time in the second set. That is a big hold and a much needed hold there for Ekterina Yashina. Semi-finals not going to be as straightforward as the quarterfinals, as Yashina did it in straight sets. Zeel Desai has been commanding throughout, still has the break, and has an opportunity to re-establish that two-game advantage.
Time.
Zeel Desai, upper break in the second set. After being utterly dominant in the first, taking it 6-2. Some great exchanges here. And applying a lot of big forehands. Outstanding forehand, that, and even better recovery. Waits for it, takes an age to drop there. Zeel Desai doing very well. Oh, what a backhand that is! Ekterina Yashina pulling out the big shots. Much needed response here by Ekterina Yashina. Still holding the advantage. Opponent managing to steady things and then playing some big shots. Terrific rally there with the backhand winner. Felt like an important hold, not just on the scoreboard, but mentally as well for Yashina, who's having to weather the storm in the semi-finals. Often see these matches settle again after a brief surge. This could be the start of a more balanced phase in the set. Yashina looking to break. Oh, it's an unforced double fault. Ekterina Yashina, you could see with the fist pump there, she identifies this could be the turning point. She can manage to break back. Zeel still controlling the situation, but Yashina is looking to turn things around. Next few points will be very interesting because consolidation becomes a priority when you're leading. It's Desai, though, who's still keeping her opponent at arm's length. Oh, it's a heavy forehand, too much on it. The stage of the match often becomes about managing those small margins. Strong first serves, continued pressure on the rallies. Yashina taking an interesting approach there with the return of the serve. Now looks to increase the tempo. Zeel Desai just tempting her. Yashina cannot believe it that she fell for the bait and to hammer the forehand. Desai with a very wily approach. Back-to-back points here for Zeel Desai. Momentum in tennis rarely moves in straight lines. A single solid service game can subtly change the feel of a set. It's well wide, and Ekaterina Yashina has got break point. That is some way to shake off early disappointment as Azil Desai looking to try and hold. Desai in a bid to hold the serve. Great backhand there. Terrific rally. And Yashina does manage to break back. Ekaterina Yashina not pausing here. She has come storming back in the second set. Having been broken early, she breaks the Azil Desai serve, and it's 2-2 in the second. Terrific rally to begin the start of the fifth. This has been winning the big points, and she continues to do so. Standing there from Azil Desai, keeping the pressure on, forcing the unforced error of the forehand of Yashina. Yashina knows that she needs to take those big points in her favor. Terrific point. Nicely done there from Ekaterina Yashina. Big forehand right into the corner. Magnificent rally on display here. Both players hitting it well, and the forehand sets it up here for Azil Desai to put the pressure and win another big point. She's been winning these exchanges regularly now. Ekaterina Yashina being put under pressure, having broken. She pulls out a big serve on that occasion. Really important phase of the match here, because she carried the start of the set, now has been checked. Sheena now just trusting those slices, inviting the pressure. Azil Desai invited towards the net, can't get that over. Great example how quickly tennis matches can change direction. A couple of solid games and completely alter the balance of the match. Suddenly the pressure shifts right across the net, and what looks like an early control has now turned into a reset. Both players essentially beginning this set again from scratch. Azil now facing a slightly different challenge and to rebuild the momentum. Sheena, though, will be feeling encouraged by this recovery. Often see that confidence growing. She wants to win some of those big points as well. Desai with the backhand. And she has another break point. How quickly the momentum changes. Ekaterina Yashina, having broken in the previous game, finds herself in a similar position. Azil Desai just has regained her composure. A 2-2, it fails wide open. Azil Desai, she can manage to break again. I feel she gets closer and closer to the spot in the finals. Sheena knows that she'll need to do everything in her power here to try and hold. Terrific point there from Ekaterina Yashina. You can see from her reaction, she knew that that is a massive point. Winning those big rallies really do give you so much confidence. The player able to separate herself in this game so far. You can feel the importance of every single point increasing. Sheena with the forehand hits it very precise and hammers the backhand. See, once again, incredible court coverage. A terrific point ends with the backhand crashing into the net. Sheena knows that that is a big, big point. Looking to try and hold serve. She knows that she can't afford to be broken after seizing the initiative back. This stage, players usually simplifying their patterns as much as possible, relying on those high percentage points. Rather than taking unnecessary risk, but you'll have to try and dig deep into it. Forehands into the corner. Azil Desai closes it out, and we're back level at 40 all. Games like this can often feel a bit longer mentally and physically because momentum swings back and forth with every point. 2-2 this game can feel particularly significant because it could give one player a platform to really build momentum heading into the middle phase of the set. These are the moments where clarity of thought becomes really crucial because one slight rush decision can undo an otherwise excellent game. Desai looking to continue to put that pressure on. Unforced error on the forehand, and Azil Desai, who's got break point. The backhand. Now can we just try and increase the tempo of the point? Oh, the forehand is just wrong, and it is Azil Desai who does break back. 3-2 to Desai. Yashina with the disappointment, having broken in the previous game, gets broken back, and is Desai with the initiative and the advantage.
Done. Fill up. Attila. Attila. Lots from here, maybe. Not sure about it.
Looking to hold serve to further extend their advantage, getting closer and closer to the spot of the finals. Terrific forehand. Hammers that on the backhand. Zeal's defense has been unbelievable. Great court coverage, but ultimately powerless to stop it. Ekaterina Yashina just keeping the foot on the accelerator in the point. She knows that she's under the pump. She knows that opportunity to find herself level has gone. Now has to find a route back and try and break the Zeal Desai serve. Desai still has 2 game points to extend the advantage to 4-2 in the second set. And she does so comfortably. Ekaterina Yashina cannot keep the pressure on. And it's Zeal Desai who's 2 games away from a spot in the final. And Polina Kurenko will await the finalists. Zeal Desai can nearly reach out and touch it after a fantastic tournament. Incredible semi-final come from behind victory. A dominant display here in the semis against Ekaterina Yashina. Yashina has to make sure that it cannot be broken again if she has to stay alive. She's consolidating the break, moving ahead at 4-2. Terrific forehand, brilliant winner there from, I won't say winner, but it was Isa getting something on it. She's looking increasingly settled with her patterns. Sheena still having the capabilities in her to pull out those big shots. Scoreboard pressure will be building on Yashina. Every service game carries added significance for the player. Oh, brilliant forehand there from Zeel Desai. Really, what has impressed me the most is his ability to respond after every momentum swing. Each time the match has just threatened to level out, she's just managed to produce a big shot. That steadiness really put her in a good position. Good recovery there. Fantastic athleticism on display here from Desai. Oh, it's a wild return. Went for the lob. Desai looking for the break again here. Yashina being put under pressure.
Just show me.
I don't know, it's not possible. You did it, it's not possible to. But the sound like broken.
Maybe. Same.
Not the different.
Sorry, I see yes, sir. Same ball.
This more soft. Try.
You can keep it good. Keep it back. It's not
No.
broken.
Try this and this. This more soft.
वो वाला बॉल दे दो अभी इसके लिए वो रख दो बाद में चेंज यानी अच्छे अरे बॉल बेकार है सारी
Yashina in a must-hold situation here. But it's Desai with the advantage. 15-30. Good depth on the return with the backhand. Great depth on these forehands here from Zeel Desai. Really keeping the pressure going. This is wonderful tennis here, the near side. Trying to close out the angles. A magnificent point this. What a rally, but it ends with a forehand that goes crashing into the net, and Zeel Desai has got 2 break points. Ekaterina Yashina in a nightmare scenario here. Started the set off in a leveling fashion. She's been put under pressure, and now that pressure has been cranked to 100. Good depth, and the power is massive there from the Ekaterina Yashina forehand. Closes that out, keeps her hopes alive. Still a break point though for Zeel Desai. She's a point away from this set, swinging firmly in her grasp. 6-2 in the first, trying to replicate that in the second. Nina Koronenko beating the winner of the semi-finalist, Zeel Desai, in a very strong position here. And she does manage to break. It's unforced errors, the forehand from Yoshina again, and it's 5-2 to Zeel Desai, as she will be serving for a spot in the final. Utterly dominant this from Zeel Desai. Trina Yoshina has been putting a magnificent effort, but she now finds herself staring down the barrel. Zeel moving within a single game of victory,
ये वाला बोल
extending
रही
her
थी
lead to 5-2 the second set, and now placing herself firmly in the control of the semi-finals.
थोड़ा सा नया और मिल जाएगा अच्छा परफेक्ट
Zeel is simply about maintaining the same patterns that has brought her to this advantage. 3 games on the bounce. It was 2-2 in the second set. It's gone out of control for Ekaterina Yoshina. She's played some very good tennis. Ultimately, in those big moments, it has fallen short as Zeel Desai begins with a double fault. Ekaterina Yoshina's point of view, objective becomes very simple here. Stay present, extend the match, and apply whatever pressure is still possible. And it does have a way of producing late twists, but this feels that Yoshina needs to really pull out some of her best tennis here and try and delay what might just be the inevitable Zeel Desai. Dominant in the first set, fully dominant in the second. One player playing freely with the finish line in sight, as it's Ekaterina Yoshina. Unforced error on that occasion. Once again, just a little too long on that. See, now with just a few points away from closing out an impressive performance here in Gurugram. Finish line appearing closer. Desai will just have to keep her composure. Oh, it's a brilliant winner there. Zeel Desai giving Yoshina the chase. Finds the corner impeccably on that occasion. Zeel Desai still pulling out some big shots. And now just 2 points away from booking a spot in the final of the HCL World Tennis Tour here in Gurugram. Set up Yoshina close to the net. Yoshina doesn't take the bait and has to stay baseline. Oh, it's a wild forehand. Zeel Desai now within touching distance. She's got 2 match points. Book her spot in the final. She can nearly reach out and touch it. Ekaterina Yoshina's resistance coming to an end. Forcing the forehand, but it's an unforced error. And it is Zeel Desai who books her spot in the final of the HCL World Tennis Tour. Zeel closing the match out in commanding fashion, taking the second set 6-2. After taking the first set 6-1, a very composed performance from start to finish. Built on consistency, smart decision making, and just that excellent ability to respond when the momentum briefly shifted. competitive opening phase, she gradually just established herself in being very, very good. Commiserations to Ekterina Yashina, whose journey ends in the semi-finals, as it's Zil Desai who books a spot in the finals against Polina Kuharenko. That women's semi-finals has set up very nicely after a commanding show from Zil Desai. Congratulations to Zil. We'll see her in the finals tomorrow.
वो बड़ी वाली थी एक्चुअली, मैं लेट हो गया, मेरे को भी दिखा बड़ी वाली, लेकिन I was so sure he gonna call. I was waiting and then already.
आप भी लेट कॉल नहीं दे सकते ना।
हाँ वही। क्या करूँ?
मैच चल रहा है।
अभी खो गया अभी 300 के करेंट में खो गया
मैं लाडली म्याऊ केप 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 दोनों चार्ज में लगा दूं दोनों ही चार्ज में लगा दूं
Well, welcome back to the HCL World Tennis Tour here in Gurugram, where we turn our attention now to the women's doubles final. The third seed pairing of Anchisa Chanta and Thasapon Naklo taking on the second seeds of Arina Rifaluna and Evgenia Burdina in a massive clash here in what promises to be a fascinating contest between the two well-balanced teams. Doubles tennis brings a completely different dynamic to the court, quicker reactions, sharper angles, and constant communication between partners becoming just as important as the shot making itself. As we're all set for the start of the women's final. It's the number 2 seed to begin with. At the near side is Arifalina and Burdina. At the far side, we've got Shanta and Naklo. Forehand crashing into the net. It'll be very interesting to see how both teams be looking to position themselves early, particularly around the net where doubles matches are so often decided. Opening games are usually about that rhythm, understanding serve patterns, turn positioning, and how aggressively each team wants to approach the net. Having done so well to reach the final stage here, the number 3 and number 2 seed. All about trying to get their hands on the trophy. It's a brilliant forehand winner. Very good net play. The approach play is excellent from the 3 seed. Double players having to rely heavily on trust, because once a point begins, decisions have to be made instinctively and often without hesitation. Arifalina and Burdina under pressure in the early stages, trying to hold serve. Just goes on distance there. It's been a very good start here from the receiving side, looking to break early as they've got 3 break points to begin the first set. And in doubles, the first 2 shots of the rally often determine everything. The quality of the serve and the depth of the return usually decides which team will look to take control. To fire that serve straight down the middle. They do say 1 break point. Arifalina and Burdina just looking to settle into the rhythm. The number 3 seed, Chanta and Naklo, will be looking to just get that early break, settle into the rhythm, and try and take command of the first set. Very good serve on that occasion. It's got the angle on it. 2 break points served. And a comfortable hold will help settle the nerves in what is a high pressure final environment. Strong serving back-to-back occasions to bring 2 points back. Still down a break. Shanta and Naklo still having the initiative in their favor. Takes a fortuitous bounce, goes for the lob, goes for the distance, and there's a lot on it. I think it might have just crossed the line on that fortunate, and Shanta and Naklo do manage to break. What a start this is for the number 3 seed. Start off with a break of serve. Just about the perfect start to start off this women's doubles final in the HCL World Tennis Tour in Gurugram. Shanta Naklo striking first here. Early statement break in this women's doubles final. Always talk about settling nerves early in championship matches. Breaking the serve in the opening game immediately shifts the pressure across the net. What stood out in that first game was their positioning at the net. Very proactive, very decisive. Weren't waiting for errors. Stepping forward and forcing Arifalina and Burdina into uncomfortable passing shots. And now looking to hold serve after the early break. 200 backhand, try to be going cross court with it. Crashes into the net. Again, continuing the good start here. You can already sense the communication between them as well. Quick eye contact, clear signals for the serve. Those little details often separate seeded teams at this level. Arifalina and Burdina's perspective, the key now is
quick reset. Things happen very quickly in the doubles format. Oh, what a return. That is deep inner court. That is an outrageous backhand. That is some way to register on the scoreboard here in the service game. He had no right to pick the bones out of that one. Tremendous shot. What you're seeing already is Chanta and Naklo looking to just shorten the points. Opponents seem more comfortable building those rallies at the baseline though. Right on the money with the serve. Great depth on the return. This kind of rallies you're expecting. Two-handed forehand used. Very good approach play again. Can't bring that over. Finding herself in a good position at the net. So overhits that on that occasion. Chance to try and break back here for the number 2 seed. Arfelina and Burdina will have to be aggressive in their approach here. Cannot look to wait for the errors. They'll have to force them themselves. Decent return. Forehand should be able to close the backhand. Excellent net play. Level at 30 all. Conditions here in Gurugram continue to favor aggressive play. The ball travelling nicely through the court, rewarding teams willing to take the initiative early in the rallies. And the pair of Chanta and Naklo attacking, being very aggressive at the net. 30 all. Brilliant serve that. That was right down the middle. Turn is even better. Serve looked good from that angle, but line judge on that occasion keeping a close eye on proceedings. And serve just gives an unforced error right into the net. It's game point here for Chanta and Naklo. Looking to consolidate their position. First serve percentage has been good in this opening service game. Number 3 seed looking to consolidate to the early break. Big forehand going cross court. Oh, magnificent winner at the baseline.
Deciding point.
That was right into the corner. Again, fantastic depth. Catches that perfectly. Keeping the pressure going as we're level at 40 all. Not a comfortable service game for Chanta and Naklo. Something that this match has already shown that this has all the makings of going the distance in the women's doubles final of the HCL World Tennis Tour. Big game this, even if it's so early on in the finals. Can make all the difference. Can keep going cross court with that. That goes long and it's advantage for the number 3 seed. 90 points working in their favor. Chance to try and hold, and it's been very good hold there from the number 3 seed. Yep, it's 2-0. And after the early break, they do manage to hold. Chanta and Naklo back up the break beautifully here, extending their lead now to 2 games. That's exactly how you want to respond after early advantage in the doubles final. No push to the limits though. See the number 2 seed slowly getting into the rhythm. What a forehand that is! That is magnificent. Deep in the baseline, cracks that forehand. Terrific reverse ace. Return ace on that occasion. Measured to perfection. Arifalina and Berdina now. Patience becomes crucial here. 2-love down. There's plenty of tennis to be played, but they want to start holding their serve comfortably just to slow the momentum that's building on the other side of the net. Great depth on that occasion. Too much on that.
15 all.
Again, powerful from the baseline. You can see that Chanta and Naklo are feeding off each other's energy. Quick celebrations, constant encouragement. That kind of chemistry can be incredibly powerful in a final. The nerves naturally creep in. Great return there, having to really fetch at it. Again, going for depth. Number 2 seed, both approaching the net. And to shorten the point, and the backhand is magnificent. The most deftest of drop shots. Number 2 seed now starting to feel a whole lot better. Still waiting to try and register for the first time in the first set. Heavy forehand here, and now there's a chance. Arifalina and Berdina now to close out the service game. Comfortable hold will give them that bit of confidence. Big point coming up here. Second seed starting to steady themselves. Finding their rhythm, but early control still firmly with the number 3 seed in Chanta and Naklo. Great return. Good drop shot. The overhead is very good. It's very, very good. Right at the boots makes it incredibly difficult to try and scoop the return. Still have game point though. This is a what looked like a comfortable hold. Now going the distance. Steps into the backhand. It's a brilliant return. Anticipating the pace will be off in the second serve. Just steps into it. Level at 40 all, and it's not going to be a comfortable hold. And number 2 seed cannot afford to be broken twice early on in this first set here. To hand the initiative to Chanta and Naklo, we're at deuce. Big couple of points coming up here. Oh, brilliant! That is a magnificent winner. Picks the bones out of that one. And Chanta and Naklo are taking a 3-0 lead here into the first set of the women's doubles final of the HCL World Tennis Tour. A cracking shot right down the line. And it's a perfect start. 3-0 to the number 3 seed. When the momentum continues to swing heavily in the favor of Chanta and Naklo, the number 3 seed, now 3 games to love. And this has been a near perfect start to the final from the 3rd seed. Really noticeable is the pressure they're applying on every return game. Even when the rally begins neutrally, they're finding ways to step inside the court, take the time away from Arifalina and Berdina, forcing rush decisions. They hold here, find themselves in a perfect spot in this first set. Bludgeoning forehand goes well wide. Frustration just starting to creep in here to the number 2 seed. Very, very important that they keep their wits at it. Number 2 seed, the challenge now is less technical and more mental by the looks of it. Another heavy return. They're looking perplexed here. The number 2 seed cannot find answers to the serve. 3-love down. The priority now becomes to stop the run. Even one solid hold. Chance here to break. Could make things very, very interesting to just change the tempo of this match. The passing shot having enough on it. Backhand into the net, and it's turning into a very comfortable hold. Singh Shanta and Naklu doing the basics very well here. Strong volleys, good court coverage and transition, and very few unforced errors so far. Those are often won by the team that just stays simplest under pressure. Stepping into the return. What a return that was. Just reminding ourselves that why they are the number 2 seeds, and in the final, big backhand there. Taking advantage of the loose second serve right in our arc. Punishing drive. Very good depth on the return. It's fantastic work. Back-to-back points here for the number 2 seed. Not waving the white flag. Willing to let the first set go here that easy. It's been pretty straightforward for the number 3 seed so far. Couple of breaks early on. Chance to hold. 40-love lead now cut down to 40-30. Oh, the forehand is well wide, and 3 game points saved by the number 2 seed. Started to put the pressure right back on. See, Farina and Berdina now just trying to quicken the tempo and find their way back to try and break here. As often hinge on managing emotions, not just the execution. Chanta Naklu just very calm between the points, taking their time, setting their routines and their composure. It's really helping them maintain that consistency across the games. Great net play there, trying to get there first. It's an outstanding drop shot, and they do manage a break back. Arifalina and Berdina finally register in the first set of the women's doubles final, and it's a big game. Find a way back. It's a critical break. There's the response. That is the kind of response from Arifalina and Berdina, finally getting themselves on the board here, 3-1, and that hold could be more and more significant. They can manage to get this done. First objective in doubles generally is to just stop the momentum. Now on a roll here. It's a slight shift in body language as well, more positive energy between points. A few more encouraging exchange, and those small resets can slowly bring back a team into the contest. Up to Chanta and Naklu now trying to re-establish their advantage. That's a very good serve. And she can smash the volley.
Sorry, love.
Break and a hold can bring all the confidence back to the number 2 seeds. Momentum shifting firmly now in the favor of the 2 seed. One confident hold can suddenly lead to more aggressive returning, and that's exactly what you're seeing from the number 2 seed, hoping to build on here. Potential turning point in the match. Finals very rarely stay one-sided for too long. Match now just settling into a more competitive rhythm. Forehand on the return, well wide. 3 game points here to be within 1. Shanta and Naklo still have the advantage of the extra break. Good return there, right at the body. Makes it very awkward to try and place that where you want it to be. Smashes the forehand, and they do manage to hold serve. Excellent response here from the number 2 seed. Back-to-back games. They've swept up in quick fashion here, and the pressure right back on the number 3 seed. Would have been expecting a straightforward final, and now it's well and truly game on.
Start.
Just like that, pressure now begins to shift ever so slightly. Number 2 seed now closing the gap to 3 games to 2. Suddenly this opening first set is a lot more competitive than it did a few moments ago. Pretty much encapsulates the nature of doubles tennis. Momentum changes very, very quickly when a team starts committing more fully to their patterns. Turning looked a lot more sharper. Service game very closely, quickly shut across. See them trusting their instincts a little more, especially on those poaches. Instead of reacting, now anticipating. Kind of proactive mindset makes a huge difference in doubles exchanges. For Shanta and Naklo, this becomes an important mental checkpoint, really. Being raised to a 3-love lead, now need to reset and refocus. Return, not having enough to get that over the net. What's interesting tactically is now how the rallies are beginning to shorten again. Both teams recognizing the importance of first strike tennis here. Strong serve, aggressive returns. And of course, that immediate net pressure. Perfect serve. Gets fortunate there. Felina and Berdina will take that slice of luck in their favor. Pressure right back on the 3 seed now. Terrific comeback here from the 2 seed. Felina and Berdina having worked so hard to reach the finals. You knew that they wouldn't just wilt away under pressure. And it steps across. It's a brilliant return. Should be able to hammer the forehand. She does. It comes back. Terrific rally, and she nails the backhand.
30 all.
Right down the middle as we are back level at 30 all. Crucial whole game here for the number 3 seed. Immediately shutting down any sort of progressive momentum that was being built by Riffelina and Budina. Crucial juncture already in this first set. Which one of these two finalists can just wrestle that initiative away? Cross court with the forehand and not enough on it. And it's break point here for the number 2 seed. How about this for a response? Can they get 3 games in a row and hit back in spectacular fashion? On the serve. Slobbering backhand on that occasion, and it goes long. They do manage to save a break point.
Yes. Deciding point, receiver.
Level at deuce now, and as you've seen in the final so far, next team to win the point will close the game out. This is a massive point here. Really changed the course of this final. Riffelina and Budina having 2 bites of the cherry here. Change of angle on the serve. Very good serve, and they do manage to hold. That is a massive hold for the number 3 seed. Fantastic serve. Just with the angle on it. Difficult on the return, right into the net. As the number 3 seed responding immediately now to restoring the 2-game cushion. 4 games to 2 now, and that is a very composed after seeing the opponents really building momentum. A couple of opportunities there, number 2 seed to try and break back. What stands out is how well number 3 seed have managed the pressure. Oh, what a return. That is deep in her court. Outrageous. Had no right to hit that so well. Cracking winner that. Just so much confidence, and you can see there, momentum swings inevitable in doubles.
15 all.
Into the forehand return. Second seed's perspective, the task remains clear here. Hold serve and keep that scoreboard pressure manageable. 4-2, there's still plenty of opportunity, but they cannot afford the margin to grow any further. And the return game has just been outrageous. It is magnificent stuff here at the near court. It's having no time to respond whatsoever. Points are now getting a lot shorter. Shanta and Naklo looking to break back once again. It would be their 3rd break. They do manage to do so. Riffelina and Budina still need to have that composure here to hold. See longer discussions between partners now, especially between returns. Steps into the backhand return, nails it straight down the middle. A thing of beauty from the baseline. A magnificent return. It's a pressure point. This opening stage now moves to the closing phase. Every point now begins to carry that extra little intensity and Massive point coming up already. Smashes the forehand. What a return that is. Outrageous reflexes. Absolutely no time to respond on it. Just goes slightly long. That's another chance to break here for the number 3 seed. They have been first class here in the first set. Number 2 seed now trying to dig themselves out of this hole they find themselves in. I think this is where second serve has to be spot on. Into the return. Pick up, goes for the lob. It's nearly inch perfect, just goes long.
Deciding point, receiver square.
To manage to save a break point. Now the deciding point. This is a massive moment in the final here. Almost feels like it has to be a must-win point for Arifalina and Berdina. Went for the slice and it's another break of serve. It's 5-2. She went for the bluff. She went for the slice. Instead it catches only net. As the number 3 seed raced to a 5-2 lead here in the first set. They're now within touching distance. 5-2 here in the women's doubles final of the HCL World Tennis Tour 2026 in Gurugram. It's hot conditions. Sets of athletes having to put in their maximum effort. It's number 3 seed with the early initiative.
Time.
Shanta Nakla now within touching distance of the opening set. 5 games to do, and it's been a very professional performance from the 3 seed so far. Done an excellent job managing momentum throughout the set. Every time that Arifalina and Berdina threaten to close the gap, and the 3 seed find a way to steady themselves. Brilliant forehand right down the middle. Again, the approach on the net play, far too much venom on the forehand. What's been really impressive is the clarity in the shot selection. There's been very little hesitation. 3 seed know when to attack, when to reset the rally. That kind of decisiveness is incredibly valuable in doubles where actions happen so quickly. So well and truly shifting onto the number 2 seed here. Need to try and break to stay in this first set. Oh, she made the right movement. Too much on the backhand, just leaves the door open for the number 2 seed. The team's very much aware that approaching a pivotal stage, the opening set. Shanta Naklo, the message pretty much simple. Keep doing what has worked. Maintain that strong net presence, disciplined on the returns, and not giving their opponent any easy momentum. Terrific forehand, excellent approach play at the net. Shuts that down, and it's a good return game here from the number 2 seed. Powerful return and wonderful backhand, beautifully done. This is excellent net play here from the number 2 seed. Excellent response. They have 2 break points. Not going out with the whimper in the first set. Santa Naklo having trouble holding serve.
All.
Oh, the serve nearly perfect on that occasion, just clipping the tape. It's been all about the angles of the serve. Trying to take the aggressive approach on the return, and she nails the backhand. That is some way to break. Felina and Burdina staying alive here as they've broken the number 3 seed. Santa Naklo now having to reset, recalibrate as the 2 seed come roaring back. Well, the number 2 seed refused to go away. Making serve and now having an opportunity to bring it back within 1. Terrific return on that occasion. Real power on it, using the power against them. Too much on the return. Visible sense of urgency now from the number 2 seed. Quicker movements towards the net and willingness to take that initiative earlier in the rallies. When you start trailing late in the set, clarity of intent really does become essential. Give themselves a chance here, and sometimes it's all that a team needs. Just a little bit score-bred pressure right back onto the leaders. Focus now shifting back on the 2 seed. Oh, the return having too much on it as Santa Naklo now just starting to struggle a little bit. Well, if Felina and Burdina can hold here, that pressure goes right back onto the 3 seed. Terrific return. Just the backhand to just lift that over the net. Will continue to be on the aggressive approach here. Look for the early poachers and trying to force one last momentum shift before the set slips away. Tension really begin to build here in Gurugram as approach what could be a decisive game for this opening set. Tries to close that across. The early initiative forced. Looks a bit perplexed at the movement. A comfortable return, but you could see the sense of urgency here, trying to close that point out quickly at the net. Big serve coming up here. Terrific return. It's too much on it, and it's break point, which becomes set point for Shanta and Naklo. Number 3 seed continuing their fantastic work in this first set. Alfalina and Burdina's bit of resistance now being chopped at, finding themselves in a very precarious spot here. Must-win point for the number 2 seed if they are to retain any hopes of staying in the first set. Oh, she went for the bludgeoning forehand. That is a very good lead. Decisive point now as they manage to save the break point. Still facing one though at the decisive point. point coming up here. If Rafalina and Burdina can take this one, take the first set to the limits. Shanta and Naklo were 3-0 up. Rafalina and Burdina showing good fighting spirit to pull 2 games back. That's well wide, and they do manage to hold. Brilliant stuff there from Arifalina and Burdina. They stay alive as it's 5-4.
Tata and Alpha lead by 5 games to 4. Want to please a racket? ये डाल दो लाइन पे चारों ले आइयो मैंने खोल के रखी है हाँ मैंने मिल गया सर मिल गया इसमें ढक्कन लगा दे इसमें डाल ढक्कन लगा इसमें Time.
Pressure continues to rise as Arifalina and Burdina claw yet another game back. Narrowing the gap now to 5 games to 4. Suddenly this opening set is much more alive again. What looked comfortable just a few moments ago has now turned into a genuine test of composure.
New ball.
Shanta and Naklo going to be serving for the set. This is not the set, often the hardest part of tennis as the opponents playing with renewed belief. Stance now to serve for the set.
15 love.
Sense the aggression increase in that last return game. More commitment on the first track, sharper movements at the net, willingness to take risks knowing that they had very little to lose. Now closes out the forehand with ease. 2 points in real quick time here for Shanta and Naklo. To close out this first set here, they've been excellent. They've kept the number 2 seed at arm's length. They have been first class. Been a very strong service game so far.
30, 15.
Not enough conviction on the forehand return at the net. Momentum in doubles can be incredibly emotional, isn't it? Right now, you see that Rafalina and Burdina are feeding off every positive point to try and build that energy and confidence. It's key that they reset rather than react. Forget the missed opportunities. Onto their service pattern, which will work so well so far. The return has great depth on it. Cover a lot of court. We'll flatten that. It's the right idea. Good execution. Perfectly done. It's brilliant stuff.
30 all.
The number 2 seed keeping their hopes alive with a big point. Terrific rally. Patience rewarded on that occasion. You can often see finals produce these momentum swings late in sets. Rafalina and Burdina looking far more settled on the returns now. Standing a fraction closer to the baseline. Taking time away from the serve stroking. The reactions at the net, it's
30.
brilliant there, straight down the line. Down the middle with the precision that you're expecting now from the number 3 seed who have got set point. They've had it before, couldn't capitalize this time on their own serve. Can the number 3 seed close out the first set? Terrific return and an excellent play at the net.
Deciding point.
They do
Receiver.
manage to save another set point. This is going to be deja vu again. It's decisive points, and this could be a massive, massive turning point. Big, big point coming up. Incredible mental resistance from the 2 seed. Oh, what a serve! She pulls off an ace in the clutch. That is some way to secure the first set. It's 6-4 to the number 3 seed. But there's a time to pull out an ace, and that was the time. Terrific serve to close it out, and it's the number 2 seed who will have to respond in the second set. It's 6-4 to the number 3 seed.
Ladies and gentlemen, physio has been called to court. Huh? 3 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, Arufilina is receiving medical timeout now. 1 minute. Start.
As Chanta and Knuckler close out the first set, making it 6 games
Second
to
set.
4.
Brudina.
That's the reward for strong foundations they built early in the final. They started the blocks with a 3-0 lead. They were pegged back, the number 2 seed showcasing their fighting spirit, but ultimately falling short in those decisive points. Set points being capitalized. Final service game really did sum up their performance. Begin the start of the second set here.
W15.
Great start to their brilliant winner on the forehand. Closing the angle on that occasion. They'll want to get off to a fast start, a flyer here in the second. Try and close out second set and try and take the finals in straight sets. It won't be as straightforward. We'll try to break early though, just put the pressure immediately back onto the number 2 seed. Steps into the return. The players approaching the net. Very good net play there, forcing the error. Brilliant play again from the number 3 seed, approaching the net, forcing the issue, getting the unforced error in their favor. Alculena and Berdina credited in the first set for staying alive, just clawing back the deficit. Into the second set here, the question now begins whether the third seed can continue with their momentum. Will the second seed find something in the reserves? Closes the angle with the forehand. Incredible return. Smashes that unbelievable play at the baseline, but too much on the return on that occasion. And it's here for the number 3 seed to begin the start of the second set. Dominant position here. Just continuing with the momentum. And second serve now, they'll be looking to keep the pressure. Big service now coming in. Smashes the forehand into the net, saves one break point. Trying to close out that point as quickly as possible there, the 3 seed. The big serve coming up here. Last thing they'll want is to be broken so early into the second set. Hammers the backhand and they do manage to break early into the second set. But the number 3 seed continuing their fantastic momentum. They pick up exactly where they left off, breaking the serve. And now take a 1-0 lead. That is a powerful response after closing out the opener.
Can I have a You have another cat? Because the cat has two reports, so I did not realize that I had one in that way. So you can change it. Snaping is not allowed. One could have been there. So snaping is not allowed. If you ask your coach, you can take another one.
Just the kind of start the number 3 seed were hoping for. Started the second set.
Thank you.
Stands out really has been their aggression on the big points. Not waiting for opportunities, they're creating them, stepping forward confidently, taking the control at the.
You can wear that.
And you can already see Shanta and Naklo playing with the confidence of a team, sensing the finish line. Communication remains sharp, movement looks synchronized, and making decisive choices under pressure. Chanta and Tasupo and Naklo, very strong position.
Calling the referee. She has 2 logo on tag. No? Okay. So then we can continue. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, let's play that. सर ये केक की है इसमें
Both sets of players having done so well to reach the finals. The final hurdle, they would have wanted everything to go absolutely perfectly, but would have known the task in hand. A bit of a stoppage here before the start of the second game, as the early break for Shanta and Naklo working in their favor. Have a chance to just re-establish that 2-0 lead. Big game coming up here. Conditions and continue to reward teams which are to step inside the baseline, and Shanta and Naklo have embraced that approach fully, consistently looking to shorten points and keep the pressure high. Doubles finals backing up momentum from one set into the next can be decisive, and right now the third seed doing exactly that, maintaining that intensity, forcing their opponents to really chase the scoreboard once again as a good forehand from the baseline, forcing the error. Often see the pattern in the doubles final where teams that wins a tight first set carries the surge and the belief into the second. And Naklo looking very comfortable right now, playing from the front. Turning has been particularly impressive today. Not just putting the ball back in play, they're directing runs. Purpose and aiming low at the opposition net players, immediately utilizing attacking opportunities there. And the forehand mistimed on that occasion. Unforced error there, just at 15 all. Very nonchalant return there, and the backhand into the net. Couple of opportunities just spurned here from the number 3 seed. 15-30 the score. Big point coming up here early into the second set. Good return there with the backhand. It's a wild swipe there. Might have been wiser to let that go. Decides to play it. Return goes long and we're back level at 30 all. Key factor has been court awareness. Both players need to know where they are instinctively and where their partner is positioned, which allows them to move aggressively without leaving open spaces behind. Arif Lina and Berdina's side, the focus slowly now comes to just slow the pace down. And to runs against you, extending the rallies Oh, it's a nailed forehand.
40.
Magnificent play from the baseline. That is a tremendous return. Shorter points work in their favor, and they have two opportunities here to try and break. Santanaklo taking the early advantage, now threatening to be pegged back. Steps into the backhand magnificently well, and the number 2 seed break immediately.
One game on.
We are back level at 1-all.
Instead of
That is a terrific response from the number 2 seed as we are level in the second set at 1 apiece. Game would have given them a lot of confidence and that they do have the capabilities of digging deep and breaking back. Could have made things very different if the number 3 seed did manage to hold. And can the 2 seed here just look to hold serve? Very good return and an unforced error, and the stream of points now going towards the 2 seed. Sense a shift in the energy as well now after being constantly under pressure. Played with a lot more freedom here, committing fully to their shots, trusting their combination, and Santanaklo, nothing really changes here. Tactically, they've been effective with playing with the aggression. Maintaining the clarity will be key as their set now begins to settle. That's a good return on the backhand.
30.
Again, big power displayed. Very good start to the start of this hold here. 30 love for the 2 seed. And find their way back into this contest. Be the first ones to acknowledge that they were outplayed in the first set, but the number 2 seed trying to reset, recalibrate, and attack the second set with a lot more purpose here, the number 2 seed. Brilliant service straight down the line.
40.
Return having too much on it, and it's turning into a comfortable hold here for the 2 seed. Will it be for the first time in this finals? Can they get their noses in front in the set? They've been chasing this finals. An opportunity to try and turn things around, and the backhand is magnificent. Comfortable hold for the 2 seed as they take it 2-1.
Time.
And for the first time in this match, Felina and Bordina have their noses in front. Strong response after dropping the opening set. Having been broken early in the second set, finding their rhythm. Now playing a whole lot like themselves. All that good tennis which resulted in them making the finals. Just leaning into that experience, tapping into the well. You can sense a growing level of confidence in their play now. Serving has become a lot more reliable, committing far more decisively to movements at the net.
Fault. Love 15.
Double fault here, and the pressure now starting to creep up on the 3 seed. Isn't going as straightforward as they would have hoped to. He changes their intent on return, taking the ball early, looking to apply pressure immediately rather than allowing rallies to settle. Trying to get that angle on the serve. Momentum in tennis, rarely linear. This is like a phase where Evelina and Brodina can establish themselves. Terrific return there, no time to react whatsoever at the net. Quick exchange in position now, closes it with it. It's a brilliant winner. Forehand perfectly placed. And there's a definite shift in momentum now. It's Arifalina and Brodina now taking control of the second set. After the forehand into the net. Unforced error on the return. Number 3 seed looking to hold serve here and level things up. Santa Naklo, this service game, very important. Not just for the scoreboard, just for restoring tempo. Confident hold would really steady things and prevent the second set from slipping away early. Oh, what a return. That is sensational. An outrageous return there, having absolutely no right to get the angle on it so perfectly. A couple of break points here for the number 2 seed. They have come roaring back into the second set and dusted off the cobwebs, playing some outrageous tennis. Pressure on the 3rd seed for the first time in the finals. See the percentage of the first serve now starting to dip here for the number 3 seed.
30-40.
They do manage to save one break point. Move deeper into the second set. That intensity now will start to rise with both pairs, fully aware that momentum here could determine whether or not we go the distance or see a straight sets finish. And Felina and Brodina still having breakpoint opportunities. They have 2 more in their hands. So it will be a decisive point if we are level at 40 all. First serve so crucial in the finals. Steps into the backhand. Really good, powerful hitting here. Goes for the lob. It's great identification. Point now starting to settle in. Really good power from the baseline. An outrageous backhand, looking for the pickup. The opportunity goes begging as Arifalina and Brodina do manage to break. 3-1 here for the number 2 seed. They have come fighting back in the second set. It's the number 2 seed now beginning to take control of the second set, now extending their lead to 3-1. Very different picture compared to the opening stages of the match. Raised the intensity noticeably and over the last few games. Stronger serving, sharper reactions at the net. Far more confidence when stepping into attacking Terrific returns. Again, hammers that forehand.
15 love.
It's very difficult on the stretch. Momentum has completely shifted now. Remember that Chanta Naklo had broken early in the second set.
कल मैंने अमित जी से बोला था कि अमित जी जरा शूट करके बंद कर देते हैं, तो मेरे को बताना कैसे करते हैं, और वो मेरे को बताना भूल गए.
This really does feel like a turning point in this final.
30 love.
These are quick points as well for the 2 seed. This is going very much according to plan. Is this final going to be decided?
क्या बोला आपने, मैंने सुना भी नहीं.
Naklo, it's all about trying to stop this run before it grows any further. Momentum in doubles can accelerate really quickly.
40 love.
The run forced error off the backhand. It's turning into a very comfortable hold. Points are getting shorter here, just suggesting that Felina and Berdina are getting more and more comfortable. And then rushing for their winners here. They've been constructing their points well, forcing the errors. Of course, as the match progresses, fatigue, both mental and physical, starts to play a huge role, making communication and shot selections even more critical between the partners.
40-15.
Terrific backhand, goes cross court. Saves 1 game point. Felina and Berdina still have very much the initiative in their hands. Ooh, double fault there, and it's back-to-back points. Bit of a wobble there, and you could just hear from the reaction. It's a loose giveaway, especially when the opportunity here is there to really put a statement second set on display. Return on that occasion, hits that with real power. It's nicely done. 3 game point save, and it's a decisive point now. Big point coming here as Felina and Berdina looking to extend their advantage. We're looking comfortable with the service game. And now, pressure well and truly on. Chanta Naklo will be able to break back here. Steps into the return. It's magnificent. And she does manage to wrap it up, and they do break back. Well, the number 3 seed showcasing their fighting spirit, now clawing back their way into the second set. And a chance to try and level things up with the hold of serve. Chanta Naklo steadying themselves here, reducing the deficit now just to a game. It's a very, very important break just to halt the momentum that's been building at the other side of the net.
Time.
And the number 3 seed have been broken back. Have a chance to level things up here. They'll want to try and close out this final in straight sets. Rather than take this to the third.
Love 50. All.
Out!
30, 15. All.
Naklo now looking to just hold serve here at this crucial moment. Feels like a seismic game in the context of the final. Big point there. I can hear the rallying cry there from the number 2 seed. Have a chance to break right back. Pressure on the 3rd seed again. This hasn't been a straightforward set for them whatsoever. And a great response from the number 2 seed. Terrific rally this. Good look to close the point, and it's well wide, and they do break back. 4-2 to Arfelina and Berdina. The number 2 seed taking control of the 2nd set. They have a chance to now pull clear. Number 2 seed restoring their 2-game advantage. With the break now having an opportunity to serve and further extend that advantage into the 2nd set. They need a composed service game here. Play with real clarity. Serving now with greater accuracy, breaking with a lot more frequency. Naklo have been picked back in spectacular fashion. And fatigue will play a huge part as that's a wild forehand. Momentum has truly shifted. Terrific return, but powerless to stop it. It has been a complete turnaround here in the second set. Arfelina and Burdina just continue to pummel their opposition. Fall there at an inopportune moment. Some disbelief there. The slice return on that occasion. Enough conviction on the forehand leaves the point open here for the two-seater trying to take advantage of. And they look to close it off in the delicate of manners. It's Arfelina and Burdina now who are a game away from leveling things up in the final. A terrific response. They have been first class and they are looking unstoppable here in the women's doubles final. The HCL World Tennis Tour. Brilliant turnaround this.
Time.
Chance to close out the set here for the number 2 seed to hit back. Naklo found a lot of adversity in the second set.
Love 15.
Continue to be punishing in their response. Chance to close out the set is absolutely of premium here for the number 2 seed. Drag this to the third and deciding game. It would be quite the turnaround. Absolutely unexpected as well as Shanta Naklo had broken early on in the second set. Since then, it's been one-way traffic. Now is the forehand. Another unforced error there. It just feels like the momentum has well and truly shifted now. Arfelina and Burdina 2 points away from leveling this final up.
15-30.
Points away still. Need to try and break again here, though. Easier said than done, as the 3 seed have generally served well, but that's an excellent serve into the body. Second serve here for number 3 seed. Oh, what a return. That is right on the line. And it goes well long. And it's set point for the number 2 seed to come roaring back into this contest. Quite the turnaround. Incredible mental resilience showcased. Herfeline and Burdina in the second set. Laser-like focus on display here. They have been absolutely brilliant. They dropped the first game. The next 6, they've taken 5 of them. And that goes long, and they do manage to save 1 set point.
Deciding point, receiver.
Receiving the deciding point. We'll now go and see whether or not Santa Naklo can extend the set. And she does close it out, and they do manage to hold.
Herfeline Burdina leads by 5 games to 3.
Santa Naklo will save their opportunity, but it is Herfeline and Burdina will have the opportunity to close out the set with their serve here at 5-3.
Love 15.
Santa Naklo will identify that they do manage to break here. Could level things up and make things very, very interesting. Game coming up here, but still very much in the hands of the number 2 seed to try and close this one out. Down the middle, great response there. Nicely down the middle on both occasions. Very deliberate tennis. Tactical battle at the net continues to be central here. That team that establishes first control in that middle channel, consistently gaining the upper hand in the rallies. Also seeing longer preparation between points now, a clear sign that both teams understand the importance of every point, every game at this stage. Off-court coverage required. Great depth on the return. Steps in and nails that forehand with power, and the backhand crashing into the net. Herfeline and Burdina now 2 points away from closing the second set up. Shanta Naklo is pretty much free hit at this point. They'll have to go at the aggressive route. Noticeable how Ariflina and Burdina have managed that emotional swing after losing the first set. On the run, opens the forehand beautifully. The winner gives Ariflina and Burdina 2 set points. Number 2 seed coming roaring back into this contest. We saw early on in the first set, just felt that it had the ingredients to go the distance. We're a point away from finding that one out. Turn there at the net. Excellent work. Brilliant rally this. And the forehand winner is a thing of beauty. On the run, on the approach, tight angle. Fills that expertly. Still have set point though at 40-30. And they serve and close this one out. Very good first serve. Gets the point up nicely. Looks to close that out and they can't. 2 set points saved. That one into the net. It's a decisive point and my word, things could really now change. Ariflina and Burdina could have very easily sensed an opportunity to level things up in the final. Now things get very, very hectic. Twin point from their point of view, from Shanta and Naklo's point. Break back. It would be sensational. What a return that is! Absolutely incredible, and they do manage to break back. How about that? They managed to save 2 set points and have turned things around in sensational fashion. Shanta and Naklo now will be serving. Level things up. Incredible from the number 3 seed here. In the HCL World Tennis Tour in Gurugram. This women's doubles final has really turned into a classic here.
ना बोलना सर नहीं ऊपर आना था सर ये ठीक है हार्ड लगी एक गेम के बाद करना है
We're heading into the crucial stage here, critical times in the second set now as Ariflina and Burdina leading 5 games to 4. The pressure now beginning to mount once again in this final. They've done very well to maintain their advantage, showing their excellent resilience. Shanta and Naklo putting out a big break, having saved a couple of set points, have an opportunity to level things up at 5 apiece if they manage to hold serve. Backhand is quite wild there to begin with.
15 love.
Into the backhand, it's well wide, turning into a comfortable hold so far. The number 3 seed. Are they going to tie this one up after being under the pump for most of the second half? Incredible comeback this. Naklo have been excellent in the first set, found their levels just dipping in the second, but have found second win, and it's a needless double fouled. Must-hold situation here for number 3 seeds. Moments like this often define finals. Staying calm, trusting routines, focusing on one point at a time rather than the scoreboard. Feel the intensity increasing between points now. Those longer pauses, deeper concentration, and very deliberate preparation before each serve. All signs of players fully aware of the stakes on hand here. Bludgeoning backhands from the baseline. Great change of angle now with the approach play at the net. Right idea, but the execution lacking on that occasion. All.
First service.
For the big first serve here, this is a massive point. The crucial juncture in the second set. Steps in and the backhand crashing into the net. Unforced error leaves the door open here for Shanta and Naklo to roar themselves back into the second set. Felina and Burdina had set points in their hands. They've seen those valuable moments slip through their fingers. And Shanta and Naklo have game point to level things up at 5 apiece in the second set. Hammers it with power, and they do manage to hold. 5-all in the second set. The advantage has been wiped clear here. Fantastic work from the number 3 seed. Massive service game coming up here for the number 2 seed as Naklo respond under pressure, leveling the set at 5 games all. Hugely important hold at a critical moment in this final. Having to stay in the set is never easy. Managed to do so. It's a good forehand, somehow keeps that alive. Incredible return that. She had no right to keep that in play. Oh, what a backhand that is down the line. Incredible. 2 shots of the highest quality on display. And she pulls it off early into the serve. First the return and then the winner. Wow, incredible stuff that. It's a bit tentative. Has to go around the net. The drop shot is exquisite. Takes the pace off completely. It was a risky selection of shot there. Just about times it to perfection. And Felina and Burdina challenge here is immediate reset. Within touching distance moments ago. Must quickly regroup and focus on trying to hold the serve to regain control of the second set. Nice to hammer the forehand into the net. Back-to-back points for the 2 seed. play at the net is very aggressive, and the drop shot is immaculate. Seems to be a comfortable hold here for the number 2 seed. Under pressure in a must-hold situation. It's not just the big shots, but it's the excellent drop shots that have been executed with perfection. Great depth on the return. Oh, it's a forehand that was just rushed on the occasion. Saw the bright lights early as he approached the forehand. Leaves the door ajar here for Shanta and Naklo once again. Serving to extend your lead in the set. Such deep territory does get very, very nervy. Steps into the backhand magnificently. 2 game points saved as they level things up. It's Shanta and Naklo now. Back-to-back points have put the pressure right back onto the 2 seed. The deciding point here could really decide who's going to take this second set here. Shanta and Naklo will feel that they're inches away from wrapping the finals up in straight sets.
Net first service.
Oh, it's gone wide. Shanta and Naklo do manage to break. Can you believe it? They cannot believe that they've squandered the opportunity. Shanta and Naklo now have an opportunity to serve for the match. Quite the turnaround there. Zarfalina and Burdina had set points. It was in their hands. Opportunity squandered. Shanta and Naklo now will be serving for the match.
Time.
And Shanta and Naklo edge back in front at 6-5, and what a turnaround. This has been in the latter stages of the second set. After trailing for most of the set, they've managed to shift momentum at exactly the right time, raising the intensity and asking tougher questions on both serve and return. It has been a remarkable turnaround. This game really has shown real championship composure and mentality, as the 3rd seed will be serving for the championship. And they take control with the first point. Lovely play at the net. Inching closer and closer here, Shanta and Naklo, who've just been terrific in terms of their mentality. Could have very easily foregone the set and thought about the third, but they're 3 points away from wrapping this one up. Remarkable turnaround from the 3 seed. Pretty much tapped into what has worked in the first set. Great return there, right at the boots. Nicely placed on the occasion. And to delay the inevitable by the looks of it here, the number 2 seeds, who started the finals as the slight favorites on the court in the finals. It does not matter. It's all about what gets done on the court rather than the matchups on the paper.
served very well throughout this final. Couple of aces in big moments. Be very useful. Service is well returned. Great depth on it. Felina and Burdina not letting this one go here. Back-to-back points puts the pressure right back onto the 3 seed. Big meeting here by Shanta and Naklo. Situation has flipped now. And Felina and Burdina now having to break to stay in this. Oh, what a serve. That is brilliantly done. The angle on it is inch perfect. Relieves the stress and the pressure. Terrific serve. Shanta and Naklo now 2 points away from clinching the crown. That is a great return, and the drop shot is exquisite. It's a break point. Felina and Burdina not willing to let this one go here. They have 2 bites of the cherry to take this into the tiebreaker. Really feel how the dynamic of this match has shifted now. Terrific return, and they do manage to stave it off. It's a break of serve at a clutch moment. 6-all in the second set, and we will head to the tiebreak. Shanta and Naklo were so close to try and wrap this one up. Instead, this set goes the distance. Second set tiebreaker. Felina and Burdina have it in them to extend this final into the third set. It's been an incredible couple of hours here at Gurugram. Difficult conditions, but these 2 finalists really showcase their talent on display here. Both teams have had their moments of control. Both have squandered it in the second set. The pendulum has swung on multiple occasions as the mini break secured. Tie breaks and doubles, really fascinating because margins are incredibly sore. 1 strong return, 1 decisive interception at the net. Even a slightly loose serve can immediately tilt the balance. Then Naklo will take confidence from their late surge. Did have the opportunity though to try and close the match out on their serve, but they were broken at a crucial juncture. Nice return, very good depth on that smash. Really playing with power here. Looks to close out the point, and they do. Mini break and then the hold. With Shanta and Naklo have stormed into a 2-0 lead. Felina and Burdina have shown tremendous resilience throughout the set. Responding each time the momentum has shifted against them. That mental toughness becomes invaluable in the tiebreak scenario. And doubles tiebreaks, the first few points can be hugely influential. Having established that mini break, change the entire dynamic, forcing the trailing team to take greater risks. Oh, there was a quick response at the net. The overhead forehand is well placed. 2 seeds retreating towards the baseline. It's a forehand nailed down the middle. And it's a commanding position here for the 3 seed. Now 3-0 up.
Just the kind of position you hope to be in, and all the pressure now on the 2 seed. Running out of margin now. Strong start to the tie break for the 3 seed now. Exactly how you want to begin pressure situations like this. They've come out with real clarity of intent. Overhead forehand. Well done there with the forehand. Perfectly placed return. They're getting closer and closer here, the number 3 seed, in what has been a dominant tie break. Felina and Burdina haven't gotten going yet. Having done so well to force the tie break, haven't settled into the rhythm whatsoever. Strong opening points, almost perfect here. Strong serve, sharp returns. Overhits that by some distance. 5-0 by Shanta and Naklo, as they are 2 points away from securing the crown here. They can almost reach out and touch it in what has been an incredible second set. It's been almost impossible to call. Having taken the first set 6-4, this has been much more of a competitive tie. Another forced error. Shanta and Naklo have 6 match points. They have been utterly dominant. You can look at the number 2 seeds. They're utterly dejected. The tiebreak has gone completely out of their hands. Yet to register a point. It is Shanta and Naklo now, who are within touching distance. One hand on the trophy. Just looking to get that other hand in now. Could be the decisive moment on serve here. Incredible response here. This is some way to really stamp your authority. And the forehand goes well wide. And there you have it. Name on the trophy. Shanta and Naklo, Ashika Shanta and Tashport Naklo get it done in straight sets. 6-4, 7-6. And they are crowned champions here at the HCL World Tennis Tour in Gurugram. What a performance from the 3rd seeds. Composed, aggressive, tactically sharp from the very first game right towards the closing moments of the tiebreak. Started strongly, controlled large stretches of the match, and with confident net play and some real power shots, really raised their levels exactly when it mattered the most. Congratulations to Anshika Chanta and Tasapon Naklo, as they are the women's doubles finals winners after they clinch it 6-4, 7-6. A deserved victory, a composed performance, and a memorable women's doubles final here in Gurugram. Shanta and Naklo lift the title at the HCL World Tennis Tour in Gurugram in the women's doubles category. Commiserations to Arina Rifalina and Virginia Burdina. They've had an excellent campaign, but it falls in the final hurdles. Congratulations to Anshika Chanta and Tasapor Naklo.
उठा भीम पलटून उठा आराम से अबे आराम से चल क्या कर रहे उठाना तू ये झांगियां दोनों हाथ पकड़िए
Well, we have the distribution ceremony coming up very shortly, so do stay tuned live on the HCL World Tennis Tour. This is me, Suraj, signing off. It's been an absolute pleasure. I will see you guys tomorrow for the final day of the HCL World Tennis Tour here in Gurugram.
उठा ले उठा ले हां पकड़
चल अब ले ले उठा पकड़ के रखियो
अरे छोड़ दे
बस इधर रख के ऐसे चले तो जान दिया छोड़ दे
मुड़ जा
घूम जा चल बस नीचे रख
वो चेयर थोड़ी बाहर आ गई वो चेयर कोने पर कर दे वो प्लेयर वाली माइक निकाल दो
Разница большая. Просто вот так ставить.
हेलो ठीक है हाँ मैं इन्फॉर्म करता हूँ
क्या सीन है